Раз, раз. Так. Я вже майже планету пройшов, коротше, я так розумію.
Hello? Someone there? Yes? Did the missive not play, or was it garbled in some way? Are you somehow struggling with coherence? If so, to be clear, Zaranium Manufactory 7 presently and for an indeterminate time is in lockdown. That means no external transmissions, no visitors. Wait, you have a writ? From the abbot? But we don't have any means of... yes, they said they have a... yes, sir.
This is Factor Metadien. Am I to understand you have orders from the abbot? Quite convenient for you. I have no way of verifying without allowing you entry. Oh. Very well. Come inside and we'll see this sorted. Building on the left.
Yes, right over here. You're not getting down below until you talk to me. So, the abbot deigned to send someone whilst we're contending with all manner of emergencies, did he? Wait, is that an Auntie's Choice enhanced soldier with you? Oh, I see what this is. Stay back. We have no desire to escalate things further. Don't do something you'll regret.
We want answers, not a fight. And if indeed there's any retribution to be had, it won't be by my hand. Tell him, Commander.
Surely. Far be it from me to question the irreproachable prudence of an enigmatic caller. Sometimes I cannot fathom what goes through the abbot's mind, but your papers do seem to be legitimate. I will unlock the elevator so you can speak with Proctor Svoboda below. I'll send word
Svoboda.
en route. But fair warning, I cannot predict what reception you will receive. I expect your behavior will remain impeccable. As soon as I've seen to securing the facility, I'll be along straight away. The recent attack may have originated from this facility, but I assure you it was not at our hand. We have no desire to resume open warfare with Auntie's choice. One of our transport pods filled with Zeranium was diverted toward, or more specifically at, their location. Though functionally correct, I assure you. The transport pods are fired into space, where they are collected for redistribution. To date, no one has ever misused them for this purpose, despite the explosive nature of the material. Fortunately, we have potentially identified the culprit, and we have managed to corner the apparent perpetrator down below, which would be a good thing if they had not, somehow seized control of the manufactory operations. This facility has been an archetypical example of constancy and regularity. Ergo, the last place anyone would predict anything unpredicted would occur. Our suspect, one Initiate Alva, previously supervised launch controls. Though steadfastly maintaining her innocence, she has also barricaded herself in the operations control room below. A move not likely to allay anyone's suspicions. No, thankfully. Not yet, at any rate. Architect willing, that will be the last of it. Now, you'd best speak with our proctor. I admit I'm to a reasonable degree pleased you are on hand to corroborate current suppositions. May your query yield favorable results.
Нормально у вас тут движуха.
It evidently originated here. Transport pod full of Zeranium. Blue outpost opportunity to naught but tinges and flinders.
So, has it been classified as...
The Proctor's a low-functioning functionary at best. I mean, just look at this mess. That explosion.
Well, running a manufactory must require extraordinary, fastidiousness.
Little good that's doing us now. Little good that'll do us when Auntie's arrives.
This unit beautifully acknowledges your presence. Hello. Come here often. Goodbye. This unit...
What are you doing up here? How did you get past the gate?
Шарлатан.
Forgive me. All this business with the lockdown puts one on edge. Everything appeared routine at the time. We launch transport pods into space regularly. They get collected. The Zeranium we refine here is used for power. It wasn't until we heard the explosion that anyone knew anything out of the ordinary had happened. I ran a systems audit on the launch sequence afterwards. Just finished constructing a report on my findings, actually, if you'd like to hear it. Anomalous event caused by unknown factors. Transport pod M7, containing a full hold of refined Zeranium, bound for orbital platform Z9, received a priority reroute command. Latitude and longitude coordinates corresponded to the Auntie's Choice facility known as Outpost Opportunity. Altitude, however, matched 1,000 meters below sea level. A low-ranking scientician. Been here for years. Presumably, she's below in operations. Regrettably, that is all I know. Now, if you'll excuse me.
responsible for any of this. You'd have us all believe you seized control to demonstrate your innocence. Wait, is this being broadcast? I have no idea how this audio doodad works. You're the one in charge here, Proctus Voda. Are you sure you didn't do something? I demand your unconditional surrender at once. Hello, Proctor? I'm pushing buttons over here now. Did I disconnect you somehow?
Emergency detoxification initiated. What's her name took over?
Піздець науковий, чисто дослідницький центр якийсь. Шкура раптидона валяється, типу, посередині будівлі Балдіош. По на робочому столі.
Not clear to speak with random factors.
Ah, yes, of course. Next on my list of lowest probability events, strangers sent by the abbot, gallivanting about amidst a lockdown. If we'd been able to communicate beyond our walls, might have saved you a trip. As I can successfully report, we have identified the responsible party. Oh, no, I wouldn't frame it quite like that, of course. It's less what happened than who happened. Initiate Alva, that is. A low-level subordinate, assigned here years ago. Her role was to launch transport pods of volatile uranium to collection points in space. Not at the outposts of our rivals. Those poor, short-sighted commercialists. A spy or turncoat, no doubt. A sleeper agent from one of those secret enemy programs you're always hearing about. Within a beat of us hearing of the attack, Alva seized command of the system and locked herself in the control center. She then forcefully repelled several attempts to extricate her. 2 are dead already. Poor Jacobs lost a hand trying to pry free the outer doors. Why, she could destroy this entire place at any moment from in there. I implore you to stop her before she does so. I fear violence may be our only recourse. Fervent professements of innocence mostly. You know, exactly what you'd expect a secret traitress to claim. Dramatic attestations that grew quite animated. I suppose spies must build up a flair for histrionics. What with all that, hiding their identities and all. Then bursting forth like a pent-up arachnid. At any rate, I have work to do, and you have a saboteur to eliminate, yes? You'll forgive me if I politely defer. Well, I'd hardly depict this as a crisis. I do have a few irons in the fire. I'll be in my office. Let me know once she's no longer a problem.
Цікаво, щось воно не дуже багато користі.
strike me as someone with a very small body of published work.
We're still in lockdown, so I take it you haven't shot the traitor yet. I suppose some limited nosing about before dispatching her wouldn't hurt. Presuming she doesn't kill us all in the meantime.
Now, this is informative. Would you describe the Barachnoid's calicity as slavering when it attacked? How much viscous fluid would you estimate was involved?
I don't know anything about the fluid's volume. Thing attacked. I shot it. There's goo all over the spot it emerged. Measure that, maybe.
You okay? Seem off by a few decimal points.
I can tell we have little crossover of interests.
Can't talk. Calculating an inverse complex sine function in my head.
Two exemplars, dead as Pythagoras. No one's been inside operation since. Just a run-of-the-mill golden mean machine.
Now listen to yourself. You're disproving your own substantiation. Her actions prove otherwise, I'd contend.
Of course she's hiding something. You think those two exemplars just fell wrong? They're hardly prone to involuntary self-injury.
Investigator. Factor said head on in.
Investigator?
Спочатку, думаю, ми перш за все подивимось, що тут навколо. Ну, є дирка зверху, ні, наче нема. Це щось, напевно, пізніше відчиниться. Так, і ще вліво тоді.
Always account for standard deviation.
Oh.
May circumstances proceed toward intended results.
Apologies, this unit's conversation launcher is functioning intermittently.
Так, щось все зачинено, коротше. Якась зрада. І вниз ніяк не спуститься. Ну, виходить тільки...
May all your endeavors add to the equation.
Дом замків 8. Ага, вон она, Альва, да?
babysitter. Who is it they're sending now? And who are you, dear? You're what? Some maverick for hire? Oh, no, I can see it now. Earth Directorate, yes? Like Commander Zane and that rascal Buddy. And who is that you brought with you? A friend? Ah, an Auntie's Choice grafted soldier. You poor dear. And someone else. Glorious dawn, I take it. Sensational look, dear. All this for me. Fear I hardly deserve such attention. This entire business is just a terrible misunderstanding. I expect few in the Order know of you, but, well, I've kept to a role here that is purposely not very taxing. Others prefer calculations in their spare time. I have my stories. Between launches, I enjoyed serials, two-bit dreadfuls, periodicals. I adore Zane and Buddy, even if they are considered contraband. And you decidedly share their upright bearing. For the longest time, I didn't realize your organization actually existed. But here you are, well-timed and, no doubt, eager to help. I'll tell you exactly what happened. Our transport pod leveled outpost opportunity. I immediately realized someone must have bypassed my terminal. I initiated a lockdown to block further tampering. Had I not, additional attacks may have continued. Now, despite a long record of dedicated service, who's being blamed for this calamity? Me, somehow. Dear me, I wish I did, but... Actually, there may be a way you could gain answers here. The firing record should contain all relevant details regarding the launch. Why, yes, I could unseal access to the records repository for you, and open the path leading there. I'd be right grateful if you'd have a look. I swear I'm completely innocent of this heinous act they're accusing me of. If you need to hear me say it, surely. I promise not to destroy this facility with all of us in it. Was that reassuring enough? Appreciate your help, dear. Please return when you have found something. May the plan favor us against long odds.
Цікаво. Цікаво, що я повинен знайти, був тут десь, може.
Glad those not skilled at math can fulfill some other function. I only question them being in roles of significant authority.
Always account for standard deviation.
А так були видалені, ну?
back, I hear. Don't the anti be dissuaded by that, though.
Our Earth Directorate friend.
Well, hello. Have an update to share with Initiate Alva?
Hello. I've been conversing with Factor Matadier here while you were away. Understand you've met?
Yes, they witnessed me rather discomposed, I fear. Visions of Auntie's choice reprisal clouded my thoughts at the time.
The Factor is less accusatory in his questioning than certain others, which I respect. Good manners cost nothing, I always say.
Troops now guard the entrance above. Our safety addressed, I have turned my attention to the cause of our situation here, and I have deemed it wise to investigate further. Do not let my position fool you. All within the Order are scienticians, and hence we seek the truth of any hypothesis based on evidence. The Proctor's accusation is no different. A recent security audit brought up several curious messages meant for an unknown party, sent from a terminal somewhere on the premises. We were unable to track down the whereabouts of this mystery terminal, but one message contained certain oblique references to placing blame. Nothing conclusive, yet enough to give me pause.
You examined the launch records, yes? Did you find anything, dear? I suppose the data wipe was meant to cover their trail. The physical records would have been altered, dear, presumably by some difficult-to-discern chemical means. But listen to me. What do I know about this sort of thing? I know I've watched too many Aetherwave serials. Suppose they fuel my fervent imagination. But still, even the most...
Oh, no.
Investigator.
May circumstances proceed toward intended results.
Ні. Бляха.
Always account for standard deviation.
Well, yes, they witnessed me. Troop, do not let my position fool you. We were nothing.
You examined the launch records, yes? But listen to me. What do I know about this sort of thing? I know I've watched too many Aetherwave serials. Suppose they fuel my fervent imagination. But still, even the most junior scientician knows the best explanation is one requiring the fewest assumptions. Ergo, I set the correct coordinates. Someone overrode them. There should be ample time for regret later, dear. For now, I'll admit the armchair investigator in me wonders about Proctor Svoboda. Someone may be pulling her strings, perhaps. That's what investigators like you say, isn't it? Now, what you uncovered appears to imply two further avenues of inquiry. A uranium leak occurred moments after the launch. I imagine it may have been used as a diversion, allowing the culprit time to falsify the record. The overriding of the coordinates also deserves a look. Don't you think? I expect the uranium leak stemmed from alterations to the control boards and refinement logistics. I'd look for any signs of tampering that may point to the culprit.
I can speak to the coordinate override, I believe. All commands are routed through the hub in central processing. If one meant to accomplish what you're suggesting, they would likely look to do it there.
Oh, I'm full of hidden depths, dear, but this isn't the time. Later, I promise. Anything you want to know, from my first science crush to my scientician aptitude test scores. All right. There. I've unsealed both areas. With hope, what you discover will help us determine the responsible party.
I'll stay here and play for more time. If the Proctor sends anyone, I'll say I'm close to convincing you to surrender.
plan guide you.
May all your endeavors add to the equation.
Так, мене починає задрачувати. Чи є в мене опція спиздити цей ключ оцією свободою? Я думаю, це багато що спростило б.
We're still in lockdown, so I take it you haven't shot the traitor yet.
Investigator.
А що я як покращений ключ для дешифрування? Що я там взяв? Давайте не будемо спішити.
Stop deviating from the baseline.
Досконалений ключ для дешифрування. Ну, це теж піде. А де ж би той ключ взяти?
May all your theories prove true.
May all your endeavors add to the equation.
Просто якийсь сундук, вон якийсь прикол. Ладно.
Most bureaucrats I've met are fairly worthless, but Svoboda seems to have perfected the art of being an ineffectual slackwit.
Finally, a favorable happenstance. After I became stuck in here, those organisms appeared, all hungry-eyed and slavering profusely. The door jammed. Not sure how. Worked perfectly acceptably earlier. Lockdown and my clumsy fumbling triggered a precautionary security setting. I can't reset it from here, and I'm not particularly enamored of being closed in. Depends on your level of moxie and know-how, I suspect. Let me think. You could try jimmying the door open if you have engineering expertise. Or, I don't know, engage in a routine advanced physical regime. Otherwise, the safety reset is in a wall panel around the corner. Though that seems a bit boring for a dynamic sort like you. Oh, then what are you waiting for? Should be able to make quick work of that door. Thank you kindly. I am decidedly in your debt. Anything you need? Anything I, a lowly archivist, can provide you, a heroic individual who is handy with doors? Of course. I am now able to breathe easy and respond freely. I was in my cot doing advanced equations. After the explosion occurred, I rushed here to check my terminal. The door was creaky to open. I should have known it would lodge in place when it closed, but I was distracted by the disheveled state of the room and rushed inside. Works in operations, right? Always on about her stories. Wish I had time to watch serials and read all day. Strange question, but yes, all commands pass through the hub here. Through that wiring underneath that open floor panel in the back of the room, actually. Well, in my professional opinion, looks like someone rerouted some commands from operations. Not sure which ones. Based on the sloppy state it was left in, I'd say they either barely knew what they were doing or were in a rush, or both. Well, that's about everything I know about everything. Let you be on your way. Careful on your way out. Try not to be liquefied and subsequently devoured.
Давайте швиденько тут подивимось, що тут відбувається. Що і все? А, це можна спробувати так туди. А, ні, ну як туди не потрапити? Ну ладно, зараз пошаримось там. Ага, він і цей, да, прибирає. Окей. Інноваційність. Та йо.
Someone call for a medic. Out of sight and on the way. Let's get you healed.
Investigator.
May circumstances proceed toward intended results.
I like that Alva. Granted, she's most likely lying through her teeth, but at least she's interesting.
У мене, блядь, хоч якийсь скіл тут знадобиться. Щось у нас поки не вимальовується ніяк.
Yes, suppose you'll do. I'd been hoping an empiricist or assessor would amble by, but you appear reasonably apt. The Zeranium overflow vending has gone completely haywire. What else will this higgledy-piggledy nightmare of a day bring? I was ordered to keep watch until a specialist arrives. Might I entreat you to act in such a capacity? The control board to divert the flow of Zeranium is up yonder in refinery logistics. If so, I have something for your time and effort. Well, as a fellow student of science, you'll be especially interested in what I have to offer. We developed a pharmaceutical primer that, technically it poisons you a little, but also heals you quite effectively. Shut off the gas, it's yours. Tremendous. Why, this day may average toward the positive yet. May deliberate endeavors beget expected results. Yeah. You're back. I see my choice in you was well-founded. Uranium overflow venting has returned to a non-haywire state, and my internal levels of disquietude have lessened along with it. With the leak abated, I am fully prepared to be peppered with queries. Now that you mention it, yes. I recall I was worried about one crisis, and my mind was completely occupied by this other crisis nearby. I must admit, I haven't given the attack a single thought since. I do hope everyone's okay. Not much. Keeps to herself mostly, or that is entirely. Like all of us, she resided in the barracks 15 degrees to the northeast from here. You mean just after the attack occurred? I was in a state of anxiety at the time, and, well, I'm sure you're aware higher levels of cortisol can impede the encoding of memory. I am greatly... This card will allow you into our humble little research lab. It's right past operations, can't miss it, unless you do. The pharmaceutical primer I mentioned is inside on display.
Це не це. Їстівні сигарети. Не було там, і щось мені здається, що я іначе якісь двері пропустив. Ні. Судячи з усього. Там не було? Ні, наче не було там буде ніяко.
Always account for standard deviation.
Броня кого? Драгуна.
May the plan...
Більше ніде це зачинених дверей не було. Як в неї термінал вимкнений на диво.
We're still in lockdown, so I take it you haven't shot the traitor yet.
May the plan guide you.
Thank you.
Oh, hello, dear.
Returned already. I'm sure Alva will be interested in what you learned.
Why, we were just talking about you.
Or specifically, potential implications for a multitude of troubling scenarios, based on probable results of your investigation, downstream outcomes, and such and the like.
You know how the order is. Always calculating something. But please, tell us what you discovered.
That you found evidence that the coordinates were rerouted is definitely something. Would be an odd step for Alva here to take, except perhaps to throw blame elsewhere.
I admit I had the knowledge to cause the leak, but not the authorization. And yes, why would I reroute coordinate commands away from here? I wholeheartedly agree, but her incompetence hardly absolves her. I'm sufficiently certain our proctor is conspiring with an outside party, so I'm coming out now. She's going to tell me who she's working with. Then I'm going to kill her.
Yes! Now this is definitely taking a turn more to my liking.
Wait a minute. You're going to what? Our investigation, it's unfinished. And you're an initiate. What are you talking about?
Oh, I see you two thought you were proving my innocence. No, you were helping identify my target. I'd advise you dears to help or stay out of my way. Proctor Svoboda needs to pay for her actions.
Yes, I concur. That may be the only part of this that seems certain. You are far more capable than some back manufacturing button pusher. Who are you, really?
I am a dedicated agent of the Order, but no, dear. My name is not Miriam Alva. I am Marisol Delgado, formerly of the Department of Preemptive Causal Redirection.
That group was just a story to scare novice scienticians. Next, you're going to be telling me you're... Wait. It is you, isn't it? The one they called the Endpoint.
I arrived decades ago to lie low after a difficult assignment. More than that, I have nothing to speak on at present.
The rumors about your department. They said anyone who might delay the equation being solved disappeared. If there are any hints of truth to that, I find it severely at odds with Order tenets for balancing efficiency with humanity.
This is hardly the time for a history lesson or debate, I'm afraid. Perhaps you shouldn't. My earlier endeavors were often disconcerting. But the truth remains. Whatever is happening here, I'm not involved.
That you are who you are, and are standing right, and have been here for years. It's all much to digest. I suspect your methods are not my own, nor the Order's, as I know it. And I fear your intentions for Proctor Svoboda.
It's sweet that you think you can stop me, but I'll elucidate this for you. At this point, you'll either need to trust me or back that worm Svoboda. That ridiculous little functionary upended my existence. For 20 years, I was Alva. It wasn't a good life I had here, but it was quiet. It was mine. It wasn't hers to take.
This would mean standing against a member of the Order. A mid-ranking one, at that. I cannot be party to this, but neither shall I stand in your way.
A wise calculation, my friend. Good thing you showed up when you did. You saved me from having to kill everyone here. Not that I was relishing the idea, but you provided other options. Svoboda has much to answer for. Let's go see that she does.
What's this? What are you doing here? Come to surrender, I take it?
After decades keeping this identity, your inexpert blundering has rendered it obsolete. I am Marisol Delgado, former head intercessor of the Order. This would be an ideal time to confess everything before you die.
You can't possibly be party to all this. Not with her vast misdeeds so readily apparent.
Our investigator has definitively determined my innocence following a thorough investigation.
I don't know what you found, but any so-called evidence was likely laid there for someone to discover. By a party with years spent in hiding. This is all nothing more than a flagrant example of artifice and bunco. An elaborate song and dance from an admitted imposter.
Enough, traitor. You made your play. You lost. No more deception. No more lies. Time to pay what is due.
No, wait,
Thus concludes a thoroughly distasteful business. Yes, though I was aiming for her face. Little rusty. Best search her office. Someone clearly was pulling her strings.
Well, you sure cut them. That was breathtaking and hilarious. Ah, what artistry, what subterfuge, what aim.
unsealed the effluvium repository. That's traditionally off limits. Ideal spot to hide something. We should take a look.
Бляха, а з іншої сторони в мене і опції особливо нема красномовства, потрібно на 8, да? Мені не вистачає. А багато мені не вистачало до рівня. Трішки, геть трішки.
May the plan guide you.
А що ж тут таке можна було б зробити? А за крафт не дається опит? Ні, да? Можна виконати голос переселенців. Або піти кудись сюди. З кимось трохи по цей. Поміситься. І треба, напевно, на 8 качнути все-таки. Красномовство зараз. Заодно і сантехніка завербуємо. Раз ми тут поряд. Треба файт. Та ну за що? На мені ж він потрібен був, то йоп твою мать. Ну ви чого знущаєтесь? Твою мать. Пойдешь. О, хто там агриться? Сюди. О.
Looking pretty scathed, Commander. Graf still.
Твою мать, блядь.
Commander, you're bleeding. Recharging as fast as I can, Commander. Not quite charged yet.
Ще ні, да?
This is Chief Quidley, recording with the intent of registering this most unusual sequence of events and securing their serial wave rights. Recent.
Це в грі, чи це в мене тут щось вибухає? А ну, зараз, секунду.
We reckoned it'd be a hoot to hack a captured order terminal, use it to heckle them. Instead, we wound up chinwagging. And turns out we have much in common. They're bored, we're bored, and everyone got sick of trench living months ago. Next thing you know, we're getting together for brews in a wave of their knockoff sport, pitchball. And where there's booze and ball, there's betting. And while those order folk are scary data smart, they can't see the angles if they're big as a ship and bright as a hollow ad. They just see stats and percents. And don't get how spunk, moxie, and being due play into it. I thought hustling games of six caps was the easiest way to make bits. Not no more.
Так, все ще на рівень, да? Капець. цікаво, а сюди якось можна буде добратися?
Perhaps still a bit sleepy. Perhaps back in business. Someone call for a medic. To the rescue. Sight unseen. Happy to help. Discreetly. All charged up.
Угу. Це таким чином. Да, там прогулятися можна нормально, коротше. Зараз ще тих доб'ємо.
back in business.
Just for mayhem.
Vitals looking a Mike Martin, Commander. Out of sight and on the way. Someone call for a medic.
Still charging. All the risk. I will restore my life or avenge my death.
I'm alive. Who needs to die?
Ну. Якусь дюкуху ви мені пропонуєте. О. І все? Ага. Ну, раз так понятно. Так, ну повертаємось тоді до основного квесту.
Investigator.
returned already. I'm sure...
Why,
or specifically...
you know how the order is. Always calculating something. But please, tell us what you discovered.
That you found evidence that the coordinates were rerouted is definitely something. Would be an odd step for Alva here to take, except perhaps to throw blame elsewhere.
I admit I had the knowledge to cause the leak, but not the authorization. And yes, why would I reroute coordinate commands away from here? I wholeheartedly agree, but her incompetence hardly absolves her. I'm sufficiently certain our proctor is conspiring with an outside party. So I'm coming out now.
Ого,
She's going to tell me
тюпузечки.
who she's working with. Then I'm going to kill her.
Yes! Now this is definitely taking a turn more to my liking.
Wait a bit. You're going to what? Our investigation, it's unfinished. And you're an initiate. What are you talking about?
Oh, I see you two thought you were proving my innocence. No, you were helping identify my target. I'd advise you dears to help or stay out of my way. Proctor Svoboda needs to pay for her actions.
Так, а ну зараз я покормлю кота. Тут пішло тероризування. Зараз. Да? Мирного населення кошачими воїнами. Зараз, секундочку.
Yes, I concur. That may be the only part of this that seems certain. You are far more capable than some back manufacturing button pusher. Who are you, really?
I am a dedicated agent of the Order, but no, dear. My name is not Miriam Alva. I am Marisol Delgado, formerly of the Department of Preemptive Causal Redirection.
That group was just a story to scare novice scienticians. Next, you're going to be telling me you're... Wait. It is you, isn't it? The one they called the Endpoint.
I arrived decades ago to lie low after a difficult assignment. More than that, I have nothing to speak on at present.
The rumors about your department. They said anyone who might delay the equation being solved disappeared. If there are any hints of truth to that, I find it severely at odds with Order tenets for balancing efficiency with humanity.
This is hardly the time for a history lesson or debate, I'm afraid. Perhaps you shouldn't. My earlier endeavors were often disconcerting. But the truth remains. Whatever is happening here, I'm not involved.
That you are who you are, and are standing right, and have been here for years. It's all much to digest. I suspect your methods are not my own, nor the Order's, as I know it. And I fear your intentions for Proctor's Svoboda.
It's sweet that you think you can stop me, but I'll elucidate this for you. At this point, you'll either need to trust me or back that worm Svoboda. That ridiculous little functionary upended my existence. For 20 years, I was Alva. It wasn't a good life I had here, but it was quiet. It was mine. It wasn't hers to take.
This would mean standing against a member of the Order. A mid-ranking one, at that.
I'm afraid the two of you are forcing my hand here.
Look alive, Commander.
Типу, вона хоче мене вбити зараз, чи що?
Trouble ahead.
Серйозно? Ні, ну це якась фігня точно. Бля. А ну, зараз. До речі, типу, красномовство на 8 якась без... Ага, я понял. Красномовство на 8 якесь абсолютно безпонтове. Угу, я 15-й, правильно? З красномовство на 8.
What? You know how the Order is. Always calculating something. But please, I admit I had the knowledge to cause the leak. Oh, I'd advise you dears to help or stay out.
You. That group was just a story to scare novice scienticians. Next, you're going... I must admit, the rumors about your department. They said anyone who might delay the equation being solved disappeared. If there are any hints of truth to that, I find it severely at odds with Order tenets for balancing efficiency with humanity.
This is hardly the time for a history lesson or debate, I'm afraid. Perhaps you shouldn't.
That you... I suspect your methods are not my own, nor the Order's, as I know it. And I fear your intention...
It's sweet that you...
This would mean standing against a member of the Order. A mid-ranking one, at that. I cannot be party to this.
A wise, good thing you showed up when you did. You saved me from having to kill everyone here.
Ну, походу, нічого не зміниться, коротше, як не крути.
Why, you know how the order is. Oh, I admit I had the knowledge to call. Oh, I'd advise you, dears, to help or step.
Yeah, you... That group was just a story to scare novice scienticians. Next, you're going to... The root... If the...
This is hardly the time for a history
That you... I suspect your methods are not my own. Nor the orders, as I know it.
It's sweet that every...
This would mean standing against... Yes, you did work for Orlo, didn't you? If the former bishop trusted you to intercede when necessary, I suppose I must as well. I won't stand in your way.
A wise calculation, my friend. Good thing you showed up when you did. You saved me from having to... Not that I was relishing the idea, but you provided other options. Svoboda has much to answer for. Let's go see that she does.
Ну да, коротше, безтолково.
What are you doing
Абсолютно провів час.
Come to surrender, I take it.
After decades keeping this identity, your inexpert blundering has rendered it obsolete. I am Marisol Delgado, former head intercessor of the Order. This would be an ideal time to confess everything before you die.
You can't possibly be party to all this. Not with her vast misdeeds so readily apparent.
Our investigator has definitively determined my innocence following a thorough investigation.
I don't know what you found, but any so-called evidence was likely laid there for someone to discover. By a party with years spent in hiding. This is all nothing more than a flagrant example of artifice and bunco. An elaborate song and dance from an admitted imposter.
Enough, traitor. You made your play. You lost. No more deception. No more lies. Time to pay what is due.
No, wait,
Thus concludes a thoroughly distasteful business.
На секунду.
Yes, though I was aiming for her face. Little rusty. Best search her office. Someone clearly was pulling her strings.
Well, you sure cut them. That was breathtaking. And hilarious. Ah, what artistry! What subterfuge! What aim!
Зараз. Ну, дайте мені секунду, зараз буде чорний екран, а це буде дуже недовго.
We don't need a lawbringer here. We have enough law. We need a fun bringer. Got anything fun?
О.
The terminal unsealed the effluvium repository. That's traditionally off limits. Ideal spot to hide something. We should take a look.
Can't talk. Calculating an inverse complex sine function in my head.
Space used to be brimming with runoff chemical sludge. It's been renovated, I see. Another terminal. Go ahead. You should have the honors.
А що за набої? Плазмовий заряд?
Proctor's efforts appear part of a larger scheme. Ah, of course. I should have assumed you had a greater purpose here. This whole affair reminded me of the old days. The blood, the secrecy, the calculations and intrigue. Been trying to tell myself I didn't miss it. But in action, I fear, ill suits me. I have some unfinished business I need to get back to. I could use help from an operator like you. Believe my specific skills could benefit your efforts as well. I'd propose a strategic partnership. You help me, I help you. What do you say? I've an old contact on Cloister I need to look up. Part of a small matter there. Some research the Order considered heretical. Worth restarting, I think. Good, good. It's a little crowded here, though, isn't it?
Supposing that means no joyrides and no scratching the paint? I can manage that. Until later, Commander.
Excellent. Well then, I am quite ready to leave this place.
My fellow loyalists, it is time. Due to the Earth Directorate operatives' continued meddling, we must increment our timetable by a factor of hours, not days. Accordingly, our forces have taken over the monastery. Those I predetermined to be resilient to reason have been executed. The rest should not cause us trouble. I have locked the lift to prevent the agent from reaching the monastery, but the following code will grant you access. 34145. I will continue my work from here, supplying Augustine with everything she needs for our plan to succeed, and delaying the agent as I'm able to. May the results of our actions today secure a more prosperous tomorrow for our sacred order.
Swear I can't lie low for 20 years without everything in the order falling apart. Well, suppose we better head to the monastery now, yes?
Цікаво.
So, Abbot Newell sent you to my manufactory to lower tensions with Auntie's Choice, I take it. Have you tried talking with them directly? Good, good. For a poor excuse for a scientician and something of a dandy, he isn't entirely poor at his job. The Order has been made out to be in the wrong here. It would be a shame for hostilities to reignite before we find out who's responsible. Whatever's on your mind. Sometimes, with purpose. Don't you as well? Do you draw some moral distinction between avenging harm and nipping it in the bud beforehand? Between covert and overt means? When all is said and done, are those in your ledger any less dead than mine? Had a sense you felt that way. We'll see if situations force that to change. Some were proprietary. Often they involved forms of subtle persuasion, others more overt influence. Now and again, more direct means were required. Inquire away. I may even respond. Oh, I am a dedicated member of the Order. Beyond that, there's really little you or anyone need to hear about. Consider yourself lucky. You already know more about me than anyone else I've met in the last 20-odd years. Information free of context can be off-putting, confusing, dangerous even, if misjudged. I mentioned before I was part of the Department of Preemptive Causal Redirection. My role there, you may recall, was head intercessor. I was tasked to influence pivotal events, to keep the solving of the equation on track. Something occurred. I needed to step off the board a while. Dorado appealed to me because it was off the board but not completely remote. There I could lie low for a time, but observe. So I'd believed. Our department was shuttered shortly after Ruth Pissar took office. To avoid undue attention, I remained in hiding. To put it mildly, after the incident in question, seeking refuge seemed prudent. I'm not hearing a question. Another crack like that, and you might just find out. Our department employed a variety of methods to obviate hindrances and threats to the Order's efforts. We were considered wardens of the grand plan, helping correct it when needed. All of us are part of the plan. We follow the path intended for us by the architect. We should, at least. Now and then, some push back against their path, but it never ends well. Corrections can take time, even delay in the solving of the equation. That's where we came in, to get things back on track in the timeliest of manners. May all our... Not in I do so hope you'll forgive my thoroughly convincing deception, dear. Not really, no. Innocent and unobtrusive never truly came natural to me. May all...
Так, а де той чувак?
Not in the mood for a random interaction, thank you.
May the plan guide you. Investigator.
I realize you didn't receive the most welcome of receptions here. Well, regardless, I recognize you've done right by us here today, and I appreciate your efforts. May fate and fortune converge.
А чого воно на мапі не показує? Щось не можу поняти. А, це десь на іншій планеті. На райський острів. Все окей. До речі, да, я в принципі обігав все. А які в мене є ці фресочки? Вони десь тут позначаються. Вони однакові, да? Опис і назва. Блять. О, до речі. Ауч. Кожен раз мене лякає ця херня.
Make sure and get plenty of it. Now, what can the pipe doctor? I'm just a plumber. What do I know about human anatomy? People aren't toilets. You really think so? Very well. Sometimes it takes a plumber to do a doctor's job. If Matriarch's mercy cries out in need, then the pipe doctor will answer. See you there, friend.
Все, є контакт, окей. Так, де тут були ці фрески? Манать. Пиздец. Вот тут, да? Так, все це є. Так, це не так. Ну все, виходить, ми на мапі, в принципі, все обнюхали. Чапаємо сюди, коротше.
Keep your behavior within acceptable.
Do you believe Arcadia shall ever return to how it was?
I wish. The invaders, order defecting. There's no putting this. If we factor for random elements offsetting certain.
I still don't get it, Piotr.
How do you feel, Doc? How do you feel, Doc?
Like a Gorvis.
Педруччі.
Look.
Don't tell me you're one of those drones from Anti-Strength.
Easy, friend. We're all in this together. My noggin sure is sore.
Can't believe I do recall the order warning about something like that happening. Albeit somewhat indirectly.
Блядь.
I can hardly believe I'm still standing.
What happened to this place? Law. Matriarch's mercy is no safer than the trenches.
Look on the bright side. I predict that the worst is behind us.
I can hardly believe I'm still standing.
Класс. Просто зашибись.
Don't make me call Mapother and Mudge over. They don't like no fighting for free.
You haven't seen my landmine supplier, have you? What fine contraband might I supply? Feast!
Я ще думав про те, що може треба натягнути з тим квестом. Ну, я поняв.
So many lives. Every scientician yearns to visit the archive. Can't believe one day it will
Anybody needs me, I'll be right here patiently awaiting my latest
Okay.
order prediction.
Just those poor people.
My time is yours. You may.
When I asked the seer for medical specialists, a plumber was not what I had in mind. Trust in the Order to think outside of the box. Take this. On behalf of the Order and the displaced, I thank you. Now, will there be anything else? Thanks to you, our automechanical doctor has been dispensing medication and setting broken limbs with tireless efficiency. Here, you've earned it. Now, will there be anything else? From a medical standpoint, the taxidermist doctor was an unconventional choice. But I can't deny the results. A little token of my appreciation for a job well done. Now, will there be anything else? How can I be of service? My supplies are...
Grand Architect! First an attack on the monastery, and now the lift code's not working? Am I misremembering it? Agent, oh thank good odds and high probabilities you're back. There's been an incident. A rogue faction has taken over the monastery. My seer, Seer Wiley, is trapped up there with other hostages of the Order. To make matters worse, my access code's not working. Without it, I've no way of calling the lift. No, I've known Landon for years. You must be mistaken. If what you say is true, that is damning evidence indeed. But why would he do it? Align himself against the Order? Against a friend? That's a serious accusation. Why would I do such a thing? No, I can't discuss this right now. The monastery. The truth is, I held Wiley back. I kept him from advancing for my own selfish gains by spreading lies and false concern over his competence behind his back. But I needed him. I still need him. I'm not the savant he is, never have been. If he'd advanced beyond his current role, my deficiencies would have been made manifest to all. I'm sorry, but we really haven't the time to litigate this issue further. In case I didn't make it clear before, the monastery is currently in jeopardy. Peace talks? Yes, Ruth informed me, but how did you learn of them? No one outside a select circle are supposed to be aware they're happening. Representatives of Auntie's Choice in the Order are meeting to discuss an armistice and possible collaboration. It's an unprecedented opportunity to shorten this war. I know I mentioned it before, but compartmentalization is crucial to the success of most of the Order's operations. I wish I could offer more details than that. But I'm afraid I won't be accompanying you. I can't be sure my presence wouldn't alter the outcome of your efforts in prodigious and unforeseen ways. No? How grand! Then we are already in alignment. Once you reach the monastery, make your way to the observatory. If the conspirators are seeking the coordinates of the talks, no doubt their efforts will be concentrated there. Go forth as was determined, and may the plan guide you. Well, that's certainly a relief. Let's hope we live long enough to enjoy the fruits of your diplomatic labor.
Так. Катушки я не знаю, да.
Who knew taxidermy and surgery was...
If only Wiley was here to advise me on what to do next.
I assure you these traitors haven't factored us into their equations. Ready to be the hole in their math?
Are you sure that rope will support us?
I am 100% certain that its tensile strength is marginally greater than our combined weight. Probably.
Wait, look! Someone just came up via the lift. It must be unlocked.
We'd love to help, but not as much as we prefer to leave. Plan guide you.
Понял.
That's all bluster. We're an unpredicted variable in his equations, and he knows it.
Or that catalyst. Setting into motion the future most aligned with the plan. Hold that belief in your minds. Let it strengthen your resolve, and do not hesitate. The time for ideation is complete. Now is the time for execution. Those outside the order and some citizens will setting into motion the future most aligned with the plan. Hold that belief in your minds. Let it strengthen your resolve, and do not hesitate. The time for ideation is concluded.
Yeah!
Nice of Seer Wiley to leave us this nightlight. Sorry.
Combat problem.
Rejuvenation device.
That device may be the deciding factor in whether you live or die in the near future. Unless you can expedite hemostasis and proliferate new tissue on your own within a fraction of a second.
No. But I have been told my pain tolerance exceeds normal thresholds.
Your mother must be so proud.
Unspecified peculiarity. Causation determined.
Standing.
Recharge the mayhem!
I'm back in stand. hostile intentions. Target analyzed. Lay down fire. Mitigating their threat. Locking them down. I have a fix on their weaknesses. Check your scope. You've suffered extensive damage, Commander. Adversary vulnerabilities identified. Try to limit further damage, Commander. Turbo at ready status. I would not refuse medical support.
Стою.
I'm alive. Who needs to die?
Mobilizing. Confirmed. Mobilization in progress. Level none. Combatant scan. Check your scopes for combatant analysis.
Grand Architect's perspiring brow, if you try to cite the fourth pillar to me one more time, scientific advancement should not come at the cost of the grace and dignity of innocent lives. That is all I am saying. Armed conflicts are not the inevitability you are making them out to be, Anya, but rather the result of a populace failing to adhere to scientism's stoic imperative.
Oh, and I suppose we're going to pretend the second pillar doesn't exist. I must have just imagined reading Alfred Long's 75 Thesis on determinism then.
Anchorites, be warned. Any conversation with these two may prove pedantic.
Якусь інформацію можна знайти, да? Давайте тоді з ними не колабитись.
Those are N-ray junction boxes. That scanner might be useful to see how this place is wired up.
Found another one. Damn it.
Proceeding to attack.
Sharp enough. Hostiles nearby.
Not possible. No target. You got it.
ти замахав, чувак.
Things happen for a reason.
Ніяк туди не потрапити поки, да? То все сюди поки.
Claim that all things happen for a reason.
Don't look now, Anya, but it seems we have an audience again.
Our lives are predestined, ipso facto. If there is conflict, then it was inevitable.
Actually, an outside opinion might be useful at this juncture. Our current topic is whether war is ever justified. For the sake of time, please keep your answer brief.
But what if widespread suffering is already taking place?
Then its causes should be observed, quantified, and a non-violent solution found. You do not extinguish a fire with more flame.
Tell that to the Protectorate.
We're going in circles again.
If only we had access to the materials we requested, perhaps we could settle this debate.
I need the book Only Real Numbers, The Casualties of Appeasement by Exemplar Kwong. Second edition, not the first. That's important.
And I require Archivist Mahler's dissertation on de-escalation theory. You should be able to locate both pieces of scholarship in the scriptorium. I'd also caution against borrowing additional titles. The scribes are absolute fusspots when their work goes missing. More or less, Seer Wiley put the question to us last week. Naturally, the problem of interference versus non-interference led us to a broader discussion of war's overall necessity. Oddly, he has not returned for his solution, which is just as well since we remain divided on an answer, though I'm confident we'll get there.
Good for him. About time someone put theory into application.
What my colleague means is Landon Wiley is among our most gifted and dedicated seers. Whatever actions he's taken must be in service of the plan. I do hope no one's been hurt, though. I see. That is distressing to hear. But as we in the Order like to say, the plan actuates by deliberate means. Let us hope this conflict resolves itself soon.
Augustine? Sure. She's got a mind for provocative hypotheticals. Asked a lot more interesting questions than we normally get.
I will add it has been some time since we last saw her. Not since before the schism, in fact. Why do you ask?
Augustine was obsessed with the rift. She wanted to know all the potential routes the Order might take to deal with it. We explained that the rift is an aberration of the plan's natural order, corrupting time and space and creating uncertainty. Consequently, all efforts should be made to close it.
Apologies, but gossip doesn't fall under our purview. We've secluded ourselves here to avoid such distractions, so I would thank you to exclude us from any remote drama. I'm sure I have no notion of what you're referring to. Much appreciated. We'll present our final... Have you acquired the scholarship we asked for? You're in luck. I just finished my third reread of it. Chapter 47 is a real treat. When we're finished speaking, I'll put it in the collection drawer, but do take care with it, especially around the bath. We lose more good books that way. Much appreciated.
On what target?
Did you need something? Maybe.
Не сюдує воно якось, да? Там зачинено.
Void it all! I told him he wasn't going to make it. Hey, body's not even cold yet. Show a little respect. Can any of this really be in service to the universal solution, like the seers claim?
Claim that all things happen for a reason.
Гуртожиток новачків.
Will be terminated.
Need to finish restarting first. Vitals are in the red. Stay alive. Step aside. Swine.
А як це я? Як це я тільки що похилився, кек?
Hostilities are a variable. Lokificator taking the fight out of them, locking them down. Target analyzed. Lay down fire.
Ау, 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 ау. Бідолага.
Consider self-preservation a priority. I have a fix on their weaknesses.
Nowhere near as interesting as the taxidermied cross-sections displaying their internal organs I made when I was a child.
Look, I know this ain't gonna get to the abbot, but I have complaints that need registering anyhow. This monastery's too big for the staff we've got. And it sure seems like the scienticians and theorists here ain't fixated on keeping neat. I might just be a novice, but at 73 years of age, I have enough self-respect that I shouldn't be picking up another body's lavation towels. Still, ain't as bad as it was in Auntie's choice. But that don't mean it's good. I just ask you folks to remember that there's more of importance out here than just your numbers.
austere. Can hardly guess who lives here. Did the abbot take a vow of resplendency?
Досконалений ключ для дешифрування.
Correctional ink stamped onto a test of order aptitude. Careful to blame when a student The stalwart agent arrives. I need more time to finish my work, so I've prepared a choice for you. The hostages in the card press before you will die unless you intervene. If you go through the door on the right, you'll find the means to save them by solving a simple puzzle. Leave through the other door, however, and they will die, screaming in abject terror. But how could you call yourself an Earth Directorate agent if you allowed that to transpire?
As if we'd fall for their stalling tactics just to watch these poor fools die slowly and horribly, mangled like punch cards. What were we talking about again? Definitely not. We should be the only ones killing hostages around here.
Like the cut of your jib. Hard way it is then.
Praise high probability. Wiley trap is here.
just picking the lock on that safe, but it looks to be rigged to that ridiculous puzzle up above.
I have a growing suspicion the seer's been overindulging in Aetherwave cereals.
Enemy spotted. Ratcheting up my aggression.
Back and scan.
Recharge for me. Adversary.
Accuracy.
Target analyzed. Lay down fire.
Weapon primed. Go for torpification. Mitigating the threat. They've been numb.
Restore my life or avenge my death. Check your scopes for complete. Vitals critical. Don't become a statistic, Commander.
Your immediate demise is 29.7%.
I have a fix on their weaknesses. I'm alive. Who needs to die? Investigating hostile intentions.
Ніхуя собі, я поняв, що це буде. Я, здається, поняв. Що тут відбувається?
Seems we've effectively begun their puzzle. Idiots.
Look, they obviously meant for this to waste our time. Let's just find a way to kill the hostages so we can move on.
Так, а як би мені ще... другу книжку в скрипторії знайти?
Sorry, no target.
tell you our friend would be back? Hurry! Disable the court press machine!
Time will tell if that was a good idea.
Not that I was concerned, mind you. Thank you, stranger. We should be okay here for now. Go pay Wiley his just dividends. For all of us.
А як же потрапити туди, бляха? Так воно не дає туди, да? Це я прям жорстко повертаюсь. Це точно не воно, судячи з усього, да. Хорошо, а якщо основний квест, то це куди? Це повертатись, да, в обсерваторію. Тоді... Ну, давайте.
Wait, isn't this where we came in? Did they make this place confusing on purpose?
a test of order aptitude. And whom do we blame when a student fails? Why, their instructor, of course. Bishop Basar has failed this order as its preeminent luminary. And without our intervention, she would make peace with the primitive minds of Auntie's choice. This must be prevented, whatever the cost, or humanity's ascendance will be forestalled by centuries, if not millennia.
Stellar body's temperature increases.
The blood spilled today is merely correctional ink, stamped onto a test of order aptitude. And whom do we blame when a student...
Ой, серйозно.
Bishop Basar has failed this order.
Так, ну давайте ще пройдемося. У нас тут 13. Оце тільки готична броня, да, потужніша. Я повернувся, да?
Roger would appreciate that, I think.
Simpletons within it claim that all things happen for a reason.
Excellent timing. We're nearly finished reviewing the materials you brought us. Oh, well now, this is unexpected. The arguments in this text seem to have highlighted a teleological flaw I fear my own argument shares.
You too, huh?
Under certain conditions, de-escalation becomes impossible, leading to negative outcomes, including outright annihilation. An annihilated entity cannot advance the plan.
But maybe annihilation itself serves a purpose we're simply unaware of. You were right before. Participating in a war only produces an entropic feedback loop.
I see someone has been reading On the Origin of Sprats. It has that effect on people.
Mental carceration and the potential unreality of conscious experience adds an interesting dimension to the argument. It's certainly worth exploring.
Perhaps later. For now, I feel we should reward our guest with their choice of reward, given the idiosyncratic nature of his conclusion. Armor or weapon? Very well. You can retrieve it from the same drawer where you deposited our research materials. We appreciate your time. If you have a spare 4 hours, feel free to stay and observe our period of silent, sustained reading. Otherwise, until we next confer.
Ну, таке. Воно так і запечатано, да? А далеко в мене завантаження? Так, я забрав книгу, да?
At least it was a clean dissection. Roger would appreciate that, I think.
Simpletons within it claim that all things happen for a reason.
Чого я, блядь, не зберігся тільки одразу?
Oh, you too, huh? But maybe
Perhaps later. For now, I feel we should... Very well. You can... We appreciate your time.
Ну, наче це краще. Обрізаний ствол, тільки, конечно, там не в тему.
too, huh? But maybe, perhaps later. For never we.
Та ні, не вигадуйте. Ух ти, ну вона виглядає кайфово. Ні, я по-любому залишу броню. Вона прям сексі. Так, ладно. Поїхали.
Simpletons within it, saying that all things happen for a reason.
Can any of this really be in service to the universal equation, like the Sears claim?
Resorting to violence.
Unfriendly company. Oh my.
You've suffered extent.
Так боляче.
Target analyzed. Lay down fire. Do try to limit further damage, Commander. Check your scopes for combatant analysis. Multiplicator at ready status. Combatant scan. Vitals are in the red, Commander. Adversary vulnerabilities identified. Vitals critical. Don't become a statistic,
Тут десь
Commander.
снайпер якийсь.
I have a fix on their weaknesses.
Пацючина. Що таке?
Adversary vulnerabilities identified. Combatant scan.
Щось мазіла стрімер.
Target analyzed. Standing by to stupefy.
О, десь тут фреска остання. А де це поціновувач мистецтва? З навичками ми поки не будемо квапитись. О, плюс 10, да? Так, чудово. Туди, да? Стою. Оп. А що за розблокувати дзвіницю? Ладно. Ні, да.
Check your scopes for combatant analysis. I have a fix on their weakness.
It might sting.
A lot. Limiting the threat.
Це помилився?
Mobilizing. Target analyzed.
Lay down fire.
Let's look and crime.
Avenge my moving up to improve accuracy.
Exposure levels untenable.
Progressing.
Now
Lost. Stun weapon charging process. No combatants on my scopes. Taking the fight out of them. Batten scan.
Нема.
Adversary vulnerabilities identified. I'll handle this. I have a fix on their weaknesses.
Де там було цей? Отут, по-моєму. Да, недалеко, я пам'ятаю, що. Ой, бля, серйозно.
Who doesn't appreciate a good orrery? Worthless people, that's who.
На 4, да? На планетарій перед обсерваторією. Господи. Ну, а там є якісь пояснення, що яка планета? Чи оце, типу, планетарій вважається, чи що, ну? Господи. Кількість супутників, що обертаються навколо Елізіуму. А ну тут щось про Елізіум було. Так, Елізіум білий, да, ось? Так, ну зараз дійдемо. Ключ Бата, з вам замки 12, походження колишньої в'язень. Бля, схоже на Елізіум, до речі. А ну. Так реально схоже. І то більш таке біле, да? Походу, да. Елізіум з крапленнями коричневого, да? Так, супутники навколо Елізіума. Боже, ну зараз це опять цей ББ. Оце? Потужно. Ну, я, конечно, не спеціаліст, але наче супутник це оце, і він один, да? Чи що? Це ж котрий прям... Ну да, це один. Так, це є. На кількість супутників, що обертаються між Дорадо та Елізіумом. Так, давайте шукати, що таке Дорадо. Етер. Нікта. Гемера. А Дорадо, блядь, де? Едем. Відлюдник. Куатор. Дорадо спиздили. Потащили кудись, да? Ах ты, сука. Ну вы прям жестко байтите, конечно. золотого блиску, родовищ залізняку, а також від справжньої екології та мінеральної золотої жили, якою ти є. Здоров'я ракети, золотой блиск, родовищ. Ого. Ну, це напевно. Знову бабах. Між Елізіум і Дорадо теж один, що ли, виходить? А ну давайте ще раз один клацнемо. Ну, може воно партачиться. Так, є Дорадо, да? Останній циферблат стоїть на кількість обертів Едему навколо Елізіуму до того, як Претор і Куатор завершить один повний оберт. Єба. Кількість обертів Едему навколо Елізіуму до того, як Претор і Куатор завершить один повний оберт. Так, нам нужен Едем, Претор і Куатор. Едем обертається біля Елізіума і Претор Куатор як орієнтир. Претор і Куатор. Fucking shit. Так, Хімера. Ікта. От так, Претор. Це чорний. Відлюдник. Едем. Так, Едем зелений. Скільки раз оцей зелений біля Претору. І Куатро, да? Вони, напевно, должны бути разом. Претор чорний, цей такий схожий трішки як луна. І Едем у нас зелений. Пішли. Ой, бляха. Так, а ну давайте технічно. Раз. Два. Три. Чотири. Короче, або 4, або 5. Давайте збережемось. Не понял. Раз. Два. А четверте що? А в чому прикол? Три. Так, я щось не розумію. Так, раз. Один. І тепер... Раз. А скільки він повертається? А, слухайте, ну. Едем. Це усьо ж, да? А не ото. То супутник. Усьо Едем, напевно, зараз. Правильно, ми ж визначились. Оце мотор, акуатор. Чи як він там? Да, білий. Якийсь обертив Едему навколо лізіуму до того, як протор екватор звершить один повний оберт. Боже, хто це вигадав? Це супутник, оце йде. Тепер давайте... Візьмемо... Поїхали. Ну, один виходить. Чи я щось не доганяю? Кількість обертів едемо. А 0 нема? До того, як притор екватора завершить один повний оберт. Все йдемо, все притор екватора. До того, як завершить повний оберт. Так. Чи я путаю оце з едемом? Ну це ж супутник, оце едем. А, чи може скільки оці зроблять обертів, поки оцей? Може просто переклад якось через ще й криво, а ну давайте ще раз. До того, як притор екватора завершить один повний оберт. Ну, в кращому випадку один. Другий. Ні. А що за прикол? Якщо не підходить. Тут перший 2 рази один. А потім нічого не підходить. Раз, два. А що за мем? А як це? Я щось не поняв. А ну. А, стоп. Воно будь-яку. Воно чи зламане, чи я щось не доганяю тепер. Ладно, коротше, мені впадло щось цим займатися в 7 ранку. А ну, мені аж цікаво пояснити. Я взагалі, коротше, не те щось робив, ладно, пофіг. Да, ну. Позор. Позор, 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 позор. А як я рахував? А вони вважаються не планетами, типу, а всі вважаються, якщо що. Ну. Це місяць. А місяць може бути супутником, чи що? Ну, самотніша па... Ну це нік, та ладно, це нас не цікавить. Ну це місяць, да. Бля, ну коротше, я жопою читав. Ладно. Так. Ну це все гаразд, а це як забрати? Ключ абат універсальний, да? Ну це напевно... Ми утонемо з того, типа... Ні, ну опозорився. Ну добре, що хоч... Вирішив подивитися.
Clemens fell for whatever half-baked argument you managed to cobble together. That imbecile. And Svoboda. I thought her more capable. You may have bested my peers, but they were never my equal anyway. And neither are you. You took so long, I was beginning to think my little puzzle actually stumped you. You seem confused. Allow me to delineate on the totality of your failure. Saving the hostages delayed you just long enough for me to complete my work. I was able to transmit not only the coordinates for the peace talks, but also the station security protocols, giving Augustine control over its automechanicals. She has everything. That's preposterous. In a transparent attempt at sowing discord between us, I haven't the time nor desire to enumerate the failings in your logic. Suffice to say, you misunderstand the basic fundamentals of my objectives. The Order has been dislocated from its ideals, becoming the opposite of all they espouse. De Vries and I are merely providing a necessary realignment.
All I hear is empty bluster from an amateur schemer whose only success so far is failing loudly at a sloppy plan. This slapdash takeover of yours is graceless and rushed and reeks of ineptitude and desperation. In my day, we did these things with considerable more efficiency and panache.
And who are you, exactly?
Marisol Delgado. Former head intercessor, Department of Preemptive Causal Redirection.
The end point. No. The improbability of you interrupting my plans at this singular moment beggars belief.
Our aims are so similar, I'd almost consider joining you. Had you not proven yourself such bumbling fools, dragging me into your mess, consider how much uncertainty has been introduced into your equations. Can you have any confidence in your predictions at this point?
Оп, потрібна інформація знайдена. Бем.
What in the architect's computational summary are you on about? That hopeless, ineffectual, over-reliant waste of workspace? He wouldn't dare. But I am beyond reproach. My talent without peer. What has Joseph ever done for the Order except occupy my valuable time with useless queries? No, this is some kind of deception. It has to be. I could not have missed such obvious machinations. My math is correct. My math is always correct. How could I have failed to recognize such gaps in my predictions? I checked and triple-checked. What could I have done? Where did I err? Enough! Please. Your point has been sufficiently made, and
Easy fight.
I truly lack the capacity to debate you further. I've already sent Augustine everything she needs. But all our communications are on this terminal. It is yours to peruse. Though I cannot say whether the information will be useful. Obviously, my analytical acumen is not what I'd assumed. All I know is that I was never meant to stop you. Now I must send word to my allies here at the monastery to stand down and notify them of my resignation from the Order. Effective immediately. No more predictions to offer. Now or ever.
Чисто розмотав без файту малого. Хоча босфайт повинен бути, напевно, цікавий. Але що ж, така локація якраз під це діло.
The fool I was, to believe I mattered in the plan's grand scheme.
I have grown worried. I have not received word from Archivist Clemens in some time, and I imagine you would have relayed any pertinent information by now. I fear this bodes ill. Without him, our only option is a direct assault. A risky proposition, to be sure. The last thing any of us want is for our plan to spiral out of control. And so it falls on you to seize back that control. Use the methods we discussed to take command of the monastery. When it is done, I will send further instruction. You have my trust. See that it is not misplaced. I'm much obliged for your tireless work. With this knowledge of Greater Tranquility Substation and its security codes, our plans for the peace talks can finally be spurred into motion. However, without Archivist Clemens and his explosives at our disposal, we've no choice but to proceed with our contingency plan. A direct assault. Though the codes will allow me control of the automechs on the station, we'd best accept now that more lives may be lost than previously assumed. Yet we must act unflinchingly. To fail now would mean the end of everything. I'm much obliged for your tire. However, though the codes, yet we must act on. I'm much obliged for. However, though the codes will.
Бля, взагалі, напевно, треба не було їй відправляти. Тепер вона знає, що тут все провалилося. Блять, ладно.
We should get ourselves to those post-haste, Commander. Wouldn't want to miss out on any of the mayhem and carnage.
Так, і мутимо собі цей кулемет. Ага, прям типу з автонаводкою. І ну якась вкуснятина. Це, я так розумію, це вже інша планета, да? Так, ну я думаю, що це гарний привіт, тільки не бабахає.
Agent, over here.
О, не бабахає.
I assume you had a chance to speak with Landon, that is, Seer Wiley. I'm greatly relieved to hear it. Did he mention me at all? I'd rather hope that would not come to light. I gather he did not receive the revelation well. I'm sure you also think me to blame for all of this. But you have to understand my position. How ill-equipped all in the Order are for this new world. With the schism and now the war, the Order stands alone for the first time in its storied history. We have no experience with governance. Well, myself especially. Education takes time, and that is the one thing the Order does not seem to have in abundance these days. Still, I take your meaning. We must do better. I won't keep you any longer. Thank you for your assistance in reclaiming the monastery. Regrettable as the business was. I had intended to offer you access to one of our experimental weapons, but it seems you already helped yourself to it. You always do seem a step ahead of me. May all your future endeavors proceed in accordance to the plan.
Так, ну і чудово. Якраз майже рівно 4 години. Так, а що у нас залишається? Бармен. Це теж ця планета. Колекціонерка. Ну, компресійні катушки, коротше, піде в одне місце. Ну, це я вже потім почну. Так, гаразденьки, дякую за увагу. То я щось засидівся так жорстко. Все, сьогодні ще підроблю. Я хочу якось вже добити Outer Worlds. Все. Па-па.